That's another jammer. 'Cause my pain, 'cause it's killing me, and sometimes that's okay. Feels so fake. They don't do to me what you do to my brain. What you do to my brain. When nothing feels the same. Come on over, kill my pain. Come on over, kill my pain. Kill my pain. Woo! Hey! Kill my pain. God damn! Fuck, this song's so hard. What you do to my brain when nothing feels the same. Come on over, kill my pain. Come on over, kill my pain. Whew. Oh, I forgot about Leo. Oh my god. Just come back for one more day. Killing one more chance to say, kill my pain. What much still in me, and sometimes that's okay. They don't do to me what you do to my brain. What you do to my brain. Nothing feels the same. Come on over, kill my pain. Come on over, kill my pain. Come on over, kill my pain. Woo! God damn! What the fuck? Fuck, that song's so fucking hard. Ah. Come on over, kill my pain. Oh, what the fuck is this? What? Oh, prog metal. What the fuck is... What the fuck? A prog metal rap? That's new. This is so different. What the fuck is going on? Okay. Oh, it's British. What? Oof. Oh, that's nasty. God damn, okay. Oh! It's a classic. Oh, sorry, I gotta turn this up. I cannot. And it will fall. Had a name. Yes, you had a name. And I won't hold you back. But your angels around. No one will recall. Bum 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 bum. Boom 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 boom. Abandon you, and this last, the last of the forget you. I wish I could. Goddamn! Oh my god. This song goes so hard. Roar. Oh, okay. Alright, don't call me that. What's up, Saints? It's Rat Trap. It's Rat Trap. Hold up, song's still out, sorry. I cannot play Muse on low volume. I just cannot. Ratty Daddy, what's up, Steve? Steve, how you doing? The last of a you, and this last, the last time I could. What's up? How you guys doing? What you guys up to? And have you guys drank some coffee today? Well, you don't have to, but I'm just curious because I drink a lot of coffee today. Uh, an unhealthy amount of coffee today because of work, but hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. It's the last of a Skyriming? Huh? I installed Skyrim for Ark. Is it worth it? I wish I could. I wish I could. Oh, we gotta play this song later. You betch. You bet I will play that song. Not really worth it, no. I'm not a big fan of Ark either, but I don't, I understand how that why the games have such a big cult following. Do what hentai? Huh? Ah, huh? What's up, Watson? How you doing? What the fuck? Hentai? What? Huh? You're still finishing off Yua? Yeah. It's very slow. Oh wait. The fuck? It's been edging for days. Oh my fucking god. Can you guys stop? He's making weird. Still finishing Yua after a few days. I know, right? Because I nailed the face so well. Look at that. Look how cute that is. I cannot not afford to finish this. It's not every day I draw a cute character or a cute face. Because I always draw either smug or dumb. Like the meme stuff. Oh. What's up, Corey? Oh my, it's the artsy gamer. The face looks so good. I know, right? Nothing like you. Okay, I don't like this one. More like artsy game journalist. Whoa, what the fuck? What do you mean? One for one me Valorant. Buh. Buh. Song link, exclamation song in the chat. It always works. Thankfully. God bless No. Hung up on you. Hanging on something, hung up on you. One feel one me in Destiny 2? I don't know about Destiny 2 PvP, man. I never liked Destiny 2 PvP. Like, it was okay, but it was disappointing. It's not bad, but there's a lot of better FPS shooter for PvP out there. Oh, water. Thank you. Thank you. I'm only able to draw emotes, sadly. Had to relearn humans. Oh, you mean like chibi drawings by emotes? I mean, that's also fine, right? There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's like your art style is those kind of chibi arts. Okay, too hard to learn right now. D2PV's unbalanced, pay to win mess, and do one you can literally carry your team with the starting guns. I know because I did. Damn, Sean, damn. Too bad it's a console game. No offense. No offense. It's just that the shooter, I don't play shooter on controller. I feel like it's not fun. But maybe it's also because I grew up with Quake. So that's, it's a completely subjective thing. But I bet all of you console player, if you tried shooter game on mouse and keyboard or a mouse, you cannot come back to controller. You just don't. The accuracy vibe on a mouse aim is just bloop bloop. I really want to draw my OC in normal human or just emotes. If you want to learn, hey, you always just you can always start anytime, anywhere. As long as you have fun doing it, do it, man. Go for it. I get that after 9 years of PC, I have a hard time adjusting to console, but now it's the other way around. Well, yeah. Whichever you have a longer time with is gonna be your preferred thing. That's normal. What? Oh. But I always remember I had fun playing Call of Duty or what was that other FPS game that I played a lot with my friend on Xbox? It was always fun. But Indian I always prefer. The the thingy thing. The Warudo, you know, the thingy thing. You know what I mean. Oh, by the way, Saints, can you link me the Skull and Bones trailer? I actually haven't watched it. And RoboCop. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna be. Is it good? I don't know if I wanna. I'm gonna be honest. What do you think about it, though? Since you're Ubisoft marketing team, right? Are you proud of your own company's game? Share my thought about it on Discord. Oh, I mean, I don't know. Is it really that unappealing? I feel like you would still enjoy it, right? Probably. Probably gonna still play a lot of it when it came out. The will of the people. The will of the. Oh! Marilyn 2206. Thank you for a follow. Appreciate it. Welcome. How you doing? Will of the will of the will of the people. The will of the people. The will of the will of the. Where's Yua? He was streaming minutes ago? No idea. But he usually ends stream early here and there. But he's just chilling out. Probably chilling with Ari? Maybe? Wait, how the fuck did I draw the hair here? Welcome to the will of the people. What was Yua playing, by the way? Did he continue? We were. Wait, what was the game again? The Happy Few? I forget what it's called. That game's really big, huh? The FPS game cycle. Oh, the cycle. The Tarkov game thingy. I keep forgetting I want to download that game. Just give it a try. Although I need to prepare for Tarkov soon. Since Tarkov's gonna do the arena update. Oh my god. That's gonna be awesome. Arena. The will of the people. The will of the people, the will of the people, the will of the. Should also prepare a Tetris game. True. Tarkov and Tetris. Always side by side. I love Tetris. Okay, I'm not liking this one. It's never enough. Oh no. Oh no. It's never enough. Oh, I know. MCR on my random playlist? Oh shit. I love you, Gerard Way. Ah. See tonight, about underground. Let our hearts let our blood and vein. If I die in pain, now if your convictions were a passing phase, may your ashes in the river in the morning rays. And as the vermin crawls to the foundations of decay. Is this the right color? I think this would be a little bit more lighter. Hearts attack, and it's running to the and if by his own head his spirit flies, take his body as the relic as they canonize now. Whoa! Lucas with the raid. A dong slide, a dong. Oh my god, I'm kind of tired. Yo, welcome. Cheers. Thank you for the raid. How you guys doing? What's up? What's up? How's your stream? How's your stream? Welcome, just very rock and roll art stream, not so chill.
I'm not a weeb.
Oh,
I'm not a weeb. I guess I watched one.
Not only the raid, but 7 months in Cat with you, my man.
it's just fucking TTS. Lucas also with another. Well, not another. It's kind of like it's a raid and it's a resub, so it's not really another, but it's like 7 months resub. Thank you so much. 7 months in a row, brother. Thank you. Appreciate it. Much love, man. How you guys doing? What's up, Jewel? Devos. How you guys doing? What's up? The Germans. It's actually Austria, but close. But no cigar. How's your I assume you were playing Hunt? Not sure. I didn't open Twitch the whole day today. Work devour my whole fucking day today. So I didn't really watch my stream today, unfortunately. We're hunting today. Cool. Hope it was a pretty good hunt. The foundations of decay. Have yourself fine despite work? Yeah, for sure. It's a weekend, man. We're entering the weekend. I'm chilling. A little bit tired because I hop off work around 7:30, so it's a little bit, it's not really intense. It's just like kind of sit the whole day. But yeah. Yum. I don't speak English. That's okay. Appreciate it anyway, Marilyn. Thank you. Shit. Hold up. What's it called again? Dunka? Ah! I tried. Dunka. I'm sorry. I don't know. German is close to, Austria. Duh. That's all I know because, I learned some from Sudo. What's thank you in the Austrian? Dung. I am the dung eater, a scourge upon the living. A fellow dung eater enjoyer. You'll be a good friend with Saints here. He's obsessed with dung eater. Do not ever say Austria is German. I didn't say that. I said Austria is next to Germany. Listen, I know my geography shit, but I know at least German and is next to Austria. All right? I know that much. Right? I also love cat girls. Yes, sir. Welcome. You'll enjoy this place. You'll fit in right in. Danke is also what we say in Austria. What the fuck? What? God damn it. Radu agra. Okay, I'm not even gonna try. Wait, that. Huh? What language is that? Swiss, Austria, and Germany speak the same language just with different dialect? Oh, the more you know. Retrap G. Have you ever felt a curse with your very being? Okay. Yua! What's up? Hello, welcome. How you doing? The person that I'm drawing themselves. What's up? The main star. How you doing? That means I'm close enough to steal your mom. Marilyn just asked if you speak Spanish. Ooh, no. Hola. I forgot. I used to learn a little bit of it at school. But it was like elementary or junior high school. I don't even remember anymore. Hungarians are just cheap Austrians. Austrians are just cheap Hungarians. Fair enough. You ain't no star. You ain't a breakfast cereal. Okay, you're talking about Honey Star. Oh my god, I haven't had Honey Star for so long. Whoa! So many fuck you. Fuck you. Wherever you are from in this stream, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. What matters is that if you like cats, coffee, and cats, you're welcome. How about a cat's in the corner name's Leo? Hi. Hi. You must really enjoy how long it takes Rat to finish you. Jesus Christ, Saints. I swear to God.
It doesn't matter from where you're from, unless you're from the US, BC then haha, and Radu, you.
Brian didn't even say it. What the fuck? That's new. Wait a minute. You have a similar color, eye color with Katie. Ooh. A bit more lighter though. Light blue. I'll be there. Drinking along me. Nah. But yeah, right now I am drawing, or basically coloring. It's pretty much the final face. For this one. So, and mind you guys, I'm a pretty slow draw artist, but at the same time, I'm also very easily distracted, aka ADHD, Andy, and yeah. Yeah. Coloring Olsam Yua. Yes. ADD Andes unite. Let's go! I listen to prog metal because I cannot pay attention for more than 3 seconds. Woo! Unless something's new's happening. Let's go! Sorry, I can't finish because getting distracted. Okay. That's not... No, okay, let's not go there. God damn it! You know Cynic? What do you mean? By, you know, like the word? Yeah, I guess. He's a very slow artist who is easily distracted, doesn't watch the vids his chat purpose proposes, and never finishes game. True. Correct. Correct. Collect wood. Guess it's a ban? Oh, it's a ban. What's the name of application? Write it to me, please. It is called... Actually, there's a software. There you go. I use Clip Studio Paint. Cynic. I never heard of that band. I might have. Let's give it a try. Let's hear their most popular song. What band is this? To be fair, he can be bullied into watching 30-minute videos. No. I think. I don't know. Okay. It's a very interesting vibe. Whoa! Math rock? Ooh. It got the prog metal vibe, yeah. It's prog metal, prog rock. I don't know. How do you know I like prog metal? Wait, I said it. Never mind. I'm kidding. Very interesting prog metal. Thank you. You're welcome. Ooh. What the fuck? They sounds like Dream Theater if they it's like a modern Dream Theater ish. Like in a nutshell. I'm not saying it sounds like Dream Theater. And thank you for our follow, Devos. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Much love. Much love. Oof. Oh, this is nice. I don't usually listen to this kind of prog stuff, but I like this. Something new. A bit-ish, but it also changed a good chunk between their albums. Ah, it's one of those bands. It keeps experimenting. Like Deftones kind of stuff. The vocal is very nice. It's like a chill prog metal. I don't know if this prog metal is metal or rock. It's kind of in between. I guess it's kind of rock-ish. Either way, it's really nice. Oh shit. Never mind. Color wrong. Oh, okay, never mind. I got it wrong with the color. Just realized. Here, let me give you my current favorite prog rock, prog metal. The chat that's been been watching me for a while probably bored by this song at this point, but you know, It's really good, chat. I overplayed this song. The problem is that every time I hear this song, I want to pick up my guitar. Ugh! After coloring. Get all. Don't read it anymore. I think about me. Nothing up. Boom, boom, bam, bum, bum, bam. Nothing to stop. Feed my soul. America. Starved and choke what's kin. Give me heresy. We were never told the truth. Fuck, so good. Truth. Never growing old. Good news. Thank God it's all good. What guitar are you playing? I have a Yamaha Pacifica. 112V, I think? It's a very beginner guitar. I have had it for 4 years now, I think. I think I bought it around 2018. 2018, yeah. 19, 20, 21, 22. 4 years. Damn. It's a very beginner. Nah, I wouldn't say beginner. It's actually a pretty fucking good guitar for the price. It pretty much can do any genre because of the HSS setup. That's the reason why I picked it up, and it's cheap. But soon, once I get my my GPU, once I upgrade my GPU, I can save up again. I'm planning to get an Ibanez, a 7-string, because I won one. Give me 7-string, please. 7-string, please. Probably gonna get a 7-string RG, yeah, 7-string RG. You know you still need more money for partner. Okay, I mean, a Astolfo cosplay is not that expensive, right? Don't worry about it. I've already done my research. It's not that expensive. Don't worry. No, I don't have the costume yet. I'm not that ambitious. Join the Ibanez Club. Ooh, a fellow Ibanez enjoyer. What do you have? Actually, I'm kind of torn between an Ibanez RG or a Schecter Reaper, because both have the very sexy looking 7-string that I want. I'm a walking man, I am lost. So you see, I can take with me when nothing I fade. Gone, born by the choices I made. I'm a wealthy man, I am loved, I'm lost. Soon you'll see, when's nothing I fade. Gone, born by the choices I made. Come, wake up. It's expensive if you want the body too. Whoa, what? Ayo, what? Huh? Ayo? Saints? Huh? Ayo? Saints? Huh? Huh? Sorry, already own. What? My god. I'm a wealthy man. I am lost. Oh, never mind. Doesn't go that far. Damn, your hair is very... I never realized how cool your hair pattern is, Yua. This is it's kind of nice, actually. Makes me think all my characters have a very simple hair design. Like a sign, sentimental lie, liar. Open your mouth to sing like you've got something to say. Sing your song like a song. Cool person, cool pattern, true. Sing your song like a sigh, your sentimental lie, liar. Open your mouth to sing like you've got something to say. Sing your song like a sigh. Sentimental lie. Open your mouth to sing. Got something. Huh. Wait a minute. I draw. Oh shit. I draw the ear wrong. No! I just realized. So the thing is that you have a very spiky ears. Let me see. Fuck this city. Fuck this city. Okay, let me get rid of the color for now. Sing I and release. Fuck this city on my own. Sing I and release. Fuck this city. Sail on my arms. I am release. Fuck this city. I am release. How do I hope this is how you draw it? I'm actually not sure. Let them shout. Let them shout. How the fuck? Pushing away, pushing away. Feel the wave, I will not whine. I will not frown. I wonder if this works. feel like I should probably do something like this. Okay. Let's try it. Why not? Let them shout. Let them shout. Feel the wave as we all the way, ocean of sweat. Feel the wave. Bam, 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 bam. Feel the wave. Wow, 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 wow. What time is this? Oh shit, it's already 11! Dude, time goes by so fast. What the fuck? Time should slow down on the weekend, man. What the fuck? Oof. God, I love that voice. Whew. No. Oh my god, that. Ooh. Oh my god. God. I want to scream so bad. Such a satisfying scream. What's up, No? How you doing? Oh my god, here we go again. Let them shout. When Leo free emotes. I don't know about that, brother. I don't think Leo need a furry emote. Leo is an animal. He has fur. He's a goddamn cat. Draw him a tail. You're literally drawing furry shit right now. What do you mean furry shit? Oh my god. Oof. God, this melody. David! Hello, how you doing? Oh, no audio. 12 Leo emote when? I don't think... I don't know. Do you guys want that? I mean, I could. That could be an interesting idea, actually. Oh, Divo's back. Yo, what's your guitar again? I know you have an Ibanez, but what is it? Cat ears? Cat. If cat ears are furry, then every anime is for furry. Come on, man. Makes Leo yelling "Ow." It would be very confusing. Very, very confusing. Oh, you have an S? Oh, that's interesting. I was actually considering about getting an S. What do you think about it? Right now, my first aim is RGD. Purely because, like, you know, I don't know. I like the looks, but the S series are very fascinating. I like how curvy it is. First, my draw my Lisa and Leah. Yeah, I should continue that. True. Probably after the Yuo one. And an RG652. Hell yeah. Let's go. Who has an ass? Your mom. Lol. Got him. The ass is just the most comfy guitar ever because it's so thin and curvy and super light too. Yeah, like that's like the general idea of the S series is the ergonomic guitar, right? And I think overall that guitar is pretty. It's a pretty well. Nah, I was about to say it was a pretty versatile guitar, but that is an AZ series. I feel like S is more of like the fusion guitarist. A lot of the fusion artists use the S series. Like most of the fusion guitarists either use S or AZ if it's Ibanez. Like Guthrie, I forgot how to pronounce his name. Insan cut. God. Otto! How you doing? Why you still up? What the hell? Staying up late? How you doing? Got the RG use for like 600 euro, which is insanely cheap for a Japanese made Ibanez. You got the Prestige? Oh shit, you're right. Oh wait, no, the RG is not. Wait, is the art? Oh my god, it is the Japan version, or the not version. It's the Japan build. God damn. I see. Your favorite color must be green, huh? Is it green or blue? If it's blue, then same. Most fusion artists I know play the AZ. Yeah, that's true. Tom Quill. Oh yeah, Tom Quill is. I gotta go to bed. You right? It's 4 a.m. Just had to reply to God. I see. Thank you for stopping by, though. Hey, it's a weekend. I'm not saying that you have to go to sleep early, but hey. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you had a good one. Both prestige. Tom Quill signature? Yeah, I know, right? The color is so cool. It's like some dark wood stuff. start drilling when I see it, and I have an FGN Telecaster. Oh, oh my god, dude! After I get my 7-string guitar, I'm gonna save up another one for a fucking Telecaster. I initially wanted to get a Telecaster, or at least a Tele body, a T body, but instead I went for a Strat because the Pacifica is just too good for the first starter. I just had to. But I want a Tele. I need a Tele in my life. I always wanted a Fender Tele maple color. Like, those are so sexy. God damn. I need some twangy in my life. Which is an overlooked brand because it's a Fujigen factory selling guitars directly? Oh. Wait, I didn't know Guitar Factory sell the guitars directly. I guess why not if they want to? It's just pretty rare, right? I mean, maybe not. Not that yeah, I don't know. Like most Ibanez, have a lot of company in Indonesia. But most of them also the Indonesian guitar company that or guitar factory that produce Ibanez also have their own stuff, which is called Court, and it's pretty popular, but it's like mid-range, loaded mid-range guitar. They make all good guitars for other brands, so you get amazing bang for buck. I see. Because there's an FGN on the headstock instead of a Vendor or Ibanez. Yeah. That's literally it. Oh, man. The premium series gets produced in Indonesia mostly. Exactly. And you know what sucks? As an Indonesian, it doesn't make them cheaper. It doesn't matter. And you still gotta produce it just the same price as the other premium shit. Like, come on, man. I can just literally go to the factory, like just drive there, and I can actually see the premium bin produced. Like, fuck. I admit that I might have bought too many guitars when I had the money to spend. Don't worry. Don't worry. I feel like every guitarist would do the same. Don't worry. Like fucking who's his name on YouTube? Guitar is Win or whatever. I forget his name. Like he literally buy every single brand and every single series that each brand have for a guitar. Music is Win, yeah. He literally collect every single guitar that existed or being produced. Oof. So brightly, friends, give me your hands, raise your voices with me. And how can this all last when we burn so brightly? There's no such thing as too many guitars. Exactly. That's exactly what Music is Win said. What's his name again? I forgot. Fuck. He got sponsored by. I know. What the fuck? PRS is also my other dream collection. I used a PRS for a while, but it's not quite the feel I've been looking for. Huh? Till they introduced the S series with the fixed headstock. Interesting. Wait, what you don't... What do you mean, like, the feel? Because I never seen a PRS. It's not very common here. Like, not a lot of people have use of PRS. I'm assuming they don't have factory in Indonesia. So it's really hard to find a store, a guitar store, music store that actually sell a PRS. I'm assuming they're produced elsewhere. First of all, the ones I've been playing and testing have a very thick neck, and I prefer my necks thin. Ah, I see. I feel like PRS got like they nailed that very what do you call it? I don't know. It's just like whenever you look at a PRS guitar or a listen to a PRS guitar, it's just very all around. You know what I mean? I'm talking a lot about the standard one. And their inlays are sexy as fuck. The bird inlays. That is some delicious inlays. On top of the 3+3 headstock kind of hurt your hand if you're just like a bit slow. True. I mean, depends. I feel like the Ibanez, like the six headstock can still do the same. Talking about headstock, I also have a thing with headless guitar. I would blame Pliny for it, but Steinberg is fucking sexy. Strandberg, fuck, they're so expensive. Someday I will have a Strandberg, especially the Pliny version, because the inlay is minimalistic as fuck, and I love that look. Yeah, to be fair, they are they're a what do you call it? Like a premium only brand. I think it's a self-made as well. I'm not sure. Like I think the dude made it himself and some couple of guys. I don't know. Probably have a factory now. But I mean, come on. Like, look at this shit. Bro. Oh my god. It's... sexy! Fuck. I got hard. Sorry. The Sarah Longfield one is the colorful one, right? The paint, the paint splatters. That one's beautiful. But I prefer the Pliny one. I'm a more minimalistic kind of guy. Approve my emote. Is Ash here? What emote do you have? Oh my god. What did you submit it, Sane? I mean, no, Sane. I immediately assumed, my brain immediately reflects on Sane's. Sorry, I didn't mean to. uh... Okay, how do I color the hair here? Okay, I gotta separate the ear and the hair. Check DMs. It'll color the hair, you dye it. Not wrong. Not wrong. Oh my fucking god, what the fuck is that? No, no. What the fuck is that? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Why? Holy shit. Mr. Streamer won't do it, so I'll do it myself. I like your determination. I like it. You fuck. It's been a while since I could have a deep nerd talk about guitars, so thank you for that. Hell yeah, man. Same. Likewise. It's not every day I found fellow guitar nerds. Fuck. I'm a touch my guitar after this. Okay, that sounds wrong. Sorry. What? You know, you guys know what I mean, all right? Yeah. Ah, shit. A diffo after dinner, hell yeah. Recently, I've been really amping up my guitar practice. Ever since I start to getting back into the metal stuff, because I haven't really touched my guitar for a while, like often, like before March, and around March, April, I started to get into metal again, and ever since I've been actually, practicing every day. And as lazy as I am, like coming from the rock uh stuff, getting into metal, I'm actually starting to learn stuff. And maybe someday I will actually start to learn how to read a fucking music sheets. Someday. I know. Guitarists that able to read note blocks, I know. That's crazy. Because I want to get into piano as well. What, Saints God as well? Lol, no, their songs are on Nichian music. Oh my god. No, because I want to get into piano as well eventually. I'm gonna get a piano keyboard. Like, nothing fancy, like some $500, 88 keys. Just cause. Getting into improv is super fun though. Yeah, like I need to learn a lot more music theory. That's 100% sure. I've always been so lazy with those stuff, like circles of fifth, fucking chord progression and all that shit, seventh, ninth and stuff. I'm so fucking lazy with that. Especially coming from the fucking classic rock scene in terms of like guitar. Like, I only play songs like Muse. Hey, talking about Muse. Foo Fighters, you know, those kind of stuff. You don't really need to understand a lot of music theory to be able to play those stuff. But metal, metal are, especially prog metal, Jesus fucking Christ. In order to learn like Pliny songs, I crammed my hand every fucking day back then, because it was so fucking hard to get into. Yeah, scales, right? Muse is super nice to play. Lots of really chill songs. The thing with Muse, by the way, I'm a Muse nerd. Like, I know every single of their songs of every single of their album, so I'm that Muse fan. Like Radiohead as well, but Muse is the rock one, you know. And Muse is the thing with Muse songs as a guitarist is that they don't have a lot of hard songs, but their songs sound so fucking strong, you know. It's like jum, 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 like makes you jump. Oh no, did it emote? They got approved? Wait, no, I cannot see it. Love their new song so much. I know, right? This is also their new song. This is probably Muse first ever like metal stuff. That's actually a little bit the gent-ish. I don't know. We did listen to it though. Like, listen to this. It's a little bit prog metal-y. It's a little bit rare for Muse. They don't really do that a lot. Yukichu, thank you for a follow. Appreciate it. Welcome. How you doing? Oh my god, this song goes hard. It's very chugga chugga, you know. Oh wait, it's only one ear. Shit. Alright, man, my dinner's done, so I'll be looking for now and enjoy unhealthy oven-made food. Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it. I respect you. I'm gonna get a pizza, by the way, tomorrow. But yeah, have a good dinner. Thank you for stopping by. If you're gonna come back later, you know, I might do some guitar shit later. But yeah, enjoy your dinner, man. Thank you for stopping by. And thank you for a follow. Appreciate it. Drink water. Actually, I need that. Thank you. Hydrate, chat. Hydrate. Why, hello there. Hello. Yuki? Yukichu? Yuki? How you doing? Yo, by the way, fucking Metallica is at the top popular chart on Spotify. I'm assuming it's because Stranger Things, right? Their Master of Puppets is so high in the Spotify chart. I was like, what the fuck's Metallica doing here? I mean, it's cool, but it's so rare to see. And then I found out Stranger Things used Metallica song in their latest episode. It's pretty cool though. We need more people to listen to Metallica. Get this! I'm lurking now too, playing some LOL with CJ. LOL. Alright, happy toxic mining. Salt mining. Have fun! Say hi to CJ for me. I'm floating on. Jut. I made a shitty tea and I hate myself. Oh shit. Fellow tea enjoyer? Not me. There's one said. Hey, sometimes you nailed it, sometimes you don't, you know. It's the same as coffee. Sometimes you just brew a shitty coffee as well. It happens. Don't worry about it. My parents are hardcore Metallica fans. Ooh, that's cool. So I was jealous with when someone have a relative that actually got into metal. Not just my parents. I don't have anyone in my family or like cousins and stuff like that that actually listen to anything like metal. I do have an uncle who plays punk, like who's really into punk, but I'm not really a punk guy. But it's pretty cool. Better bad tea than coffee? Okay, fuck you. It's not true! It's not true. Oh wait, it's actually on both ears. The fuck? Hmm. Kokas. Koksin. Huh? Oh my god. I'm actually not sure what am I doing with the hair right now and the ear coloring, but this is what experimental experiment stuff is yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Hmm. Hmm? Oh, I see. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Jung, 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 jung. How do I do this? Actually, actually, oh my god, I forgot this song have a raps. That really catch me off guard. Savior. Hmm. Oh my god. Stanky face. God damn. Oh no, not Muse again. Baka baka. Stand in your way. Yes, you have a name, and I want told you back. Let your eyes will fall, let it fall, burn. Heh? Oh. Dun 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 dun. And this love's the less of us. I'll get you. I wish I could. Alright, after done this gradient for the hair, I'm gonna pick up my guitar. I can't, Jed. I can't anymore, man. And this love, the last of all, forget you. I wish I can. Hmm? Dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it. Okay, I think I have to start the bass with it. And then we start transposing it. Oh! forget you. I wish I could. I wish I could. Oh yeah, this looks a lot better. Okay. I wish I was Rat's guitar getting touched. Oh my god! Ah! Help! Oh my lord. Oh my god. Jesus. Hmm. Huh? Eh? What? Oh. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Must forget about that. It's a very interesting metal. It's like metal with rap. It's like new metal. Okay, bye. Where are you going? This is a lot harder than I expected. Oh my god. Oh, woo, woo. Sorry. It's not an owl, it's like a Grim Reaper or some shit. Ding 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 ding. Alright, I'm gonna take a break. Oh my god. Nothing will. Actually, I might eat my dinner right now. I'm kind of hungry. I am kinda hungry. Kinda hungry. Hungary is a country. Sapane, how you doing?
Stop eating chicken. Chicken live matter.
You forgot the S there. I guess pretty much just need to do the rest of the hair rendering and then shadow and then lighting and pretty much done. Oh my god. Take it pretty fucking slow. Stop using your hands for other stuff. Use your hand to finish you off. Oh my fucking god, you guys. Swear to god. Why are you into this? Oh my god, help! Pray for us. Ding, 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 ding. Actually got a tteokbokki and chicken marinated. Marinated spicy chicken with a tteokbokki and stuff. Alright, chat. Link me the stuff. Actually, is there any like long videos that is overdue that we need to check out? Whoa! Bring Me the Horizon new song? Strangers. Ooh, hold up. BMTH have a new song. Bring Me. What was the last time they released a fucking album? Hold up, let's hear this real quick. Have they really went from deathcore to this? Oh, you guys got some vids? Hold up. Not really a fan. Yeah. Okay, okay, hold up, hold up. Oh my god. Ichika! New video. I turned 28 today. Happy birthday. Holy shit. Strangers. Oliver's voice is really nice though. Alright. That was actually not bad. Not a fan, but it's whatever. Oh right, God of War new trailer. I actually have not seen it. I forgot. Haha lol skeleton emoji. Oh ho ho oh ho. Where is it? Dying to live, living to die. Na, 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 na. Da, 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 da. Okay. Oh, by the way, have you guys seen the fucking Trigun? Uh, I'm not sure what it actually is, but it's something. Hold up. Where is it? Trigun's getting a new anime, and it looking sexy as fuck. Do you? Oh, right, RoboCop as well. Good shit. Good shit. Good call. Holy fuck, we have so many videos to go through. Right, we might not gonna go all of them. Way too many video. A room full of strangers. Okay. Alright, we're gonna start with RoboCop. Does anyone... Wait, how many people in the chat actually knows RoboCop? Because I feel like we're like past 2022. I mean past 2020. I'm pretty sure there's some people that never heard of RoboCop. I am 100% sure. Because it's such an old thing. If you say I know in the chat, you're old. Yeah, I'm sorry, one second. Robocop. Okay. Alright. Video time. Robocop. Robocop.
In local news, a new crime wave that is sweeping Detroit has already claimed the lives of 21 police officers.
Disturbance? I'm a big fan. Now move.
Ooh! Oh, that's actually classic. Wait, it's a VR game?
Can you fly?
Okay, this looks really good though. Oh.
What the hell is this? Where is all the money?
We all saw it hesitate in a life and death situation. Why?
Listen, I would trust this guy with my kids. I mean, if I had any. This was just an isolated glitch.
Dead or alive, you are coming with me.
What the fuck? June 2023. Is this a PS5 exclusive? And is it just a VR? Or I guess not. The intro makes it look like it's a VR game. Like it's very shaky, the camera. Like almost look like it's a VR.
Can you fly?
Maybe I'm wrong. Forget people did forget this classic. I mean, yeah, I would say it doesn't really last that long. Oh shit, Skull and Bones. Like, I loved RoboCop growing up, but it's not really my favorite thing, and I don't think it's a kids movie either. Like, I watched it when I was like 9, 10, 12. I don't fucking know. I don't remember. But it's definitely not a kids movies for kids. It was really fucking off the chart. But hey, I mean it's really good. Alright, Skull and Bones, official gameplay.
Welcome to Skull and Bones. Our game takes place during the golden age of piracy, in a world inspired by the beautiful yet dangerous Indian Ocean. You'll start your journey as an outcast, whose goal is to become the most infamous pirate to sail these treacherous
so
waters.
Corny. Survive.
After surviving a shipwreck, you begin your adventure in St. Anne, one of the pirate dens in our world. Dens are centers of pirate activity, where you can craft new ships and equipment, provision for your expeditions at sea, pick up contracts, and socialize with other players.
Okay, really?
Any pirate worth their salt will tell you that preparation is key to success.
Alright.
Get ready for any challenges that come your way by checking that your cargo is stocked with items like food and ammunition.
Alright.
Once you're set, it's time to head out and explore. As a rookie pirate, you'll only have access to a small dhow. But as you progress, you'll be able to craft different ships, each with their own unique playstyle.
Okay.
At sea, you'll need to pay close attention to the condition of your ship and the morale of your crew. Your crew are a pack of vicious raiders and rovers who will mutiny against you, if not kept well-fed and happy. If your ship sinks, you'll lose some progress and respawn at the nearest discovered den or outpost. The good news is that most of your cargo will be recovered, and you'll have the opportunity to retrieve the rest from the wreckage. But you'd better be quick, as other players can also steal it.
Alright, it's one of those games.
As a pirate captain, your reputation is everything, and our game tracks this through infamy. The higher your infamy, the more opportunities you'll get. One of the many ways to grow your infamy is to take up contracts. These are deals that you can make with other pirates in the world.
Let me see actual
Contracts
gameplay.
can have great rewards if you're successful, or costs if you fail. You can also gain infamy by completing other activities, such as exploration, plundering, treasure hunts, investigations, dynamic events, and much more. You can undertake these either solo or with other players. The world of Skull and Bones is filled with riches and resources that you'll be able to gather as you explore. Lagoons and rivers are teeming with dangerous wildlife that you can hunt for animal skins and meat. You'll also be able to harvest a variety of raw materials, such as ore and wood, that can be refined and
that's
used
all you
for
get, I'm
crafting.
sorry.
Crafting is an essential activity for you to progress as an infamous pirate. Obtain blueprints and use your refined resources to craft stronger ships, weapons,
Use
and
your
arms.
binoculars.
In Skull and Bones, ships serve many different purposes. Cargo ships are slower, but useful if you need to transport large volumes of loot.
The fuck are those
Navigation
sharks?
ships sail faster, but have less cargo space and lower hull HP. Firepower ships have more gun ports, allowing you to deal higher damage, but are more challenging to maneuver. Similarly, you can craft a wide array of unique weapons and armors, from Greek fires to giant ballistae to rocket launchers and mortars, as well as different armor types, which have varying strengths and weaknesses against incoming attacks. With your new fleet and growing arsenal, create a loadout based on your personal playstyle to become a force of destruction.
And this is some gameplay. What is this?
Out in the open ocean, opportunities and threats are abundant. Use your spyglass to identify lucrative trade routes or wealthy merchant ships and assess your prey's cargo and firepower. Strategize a plan of attack based on your opponent's defenses and take advantage of their weak points to deal more damage. Sinking your foes from afar rewards you with only a portion of their cargo, as some of it will be lost to the depths. Getting in close to execute a boarding maneuver will help maximize your gains. But beware, you can turn from predator to prey in a heartbeat if you attract the unwanted attention of privateers, the merciless pirate hunters that patrol the seas. If you enjoy the thrill of the hunt, you can also seek out other players and rain terror on them. Such PvP battles are high-stakes activities that can be rewarding if you emerge victorious. From your spoils of battle, personalize your individual look with outfits that command respect.
Okay, customization.
You can also select from a multitude of ship customization options to instill fear in your enemies. With the wind in your sails, journey to the furthest reaches of the Indian Ocean, from the coast of Africa to the East Indies. Encounter extreme weather events like violent storms and monstrous rogue waves. Keep your eyes peeled for outposts.
Is that Indonesia? Is this Candi Borobudur? This looks something similar to Indonesian monument shit. Might be wrong. Might be inspired.
Keep
though.
your eyes peeled for
fuck?
outposts, which are safe spots where you'll be able to dock your ship for a short rest from the perilous seas. Here, you can trade with traveling merchants and clandestine smugglers selling rare and illegal goods. Uncover buried bounties at outposts as you decipher treasure maps obtained through your voyages. Although all the content in Skull and Bones can be done solo, you might enjoy ruling the seas with your friends. While sailing, you can also easily invite other pirates you encounter to group up. Synergize your different playstyles, ships, and weapons to defeat deadlier enemies. As you grow stronger, take on more difficult challenges, such as attacking forts and plundering settlements. And, if you're bold enough, engage in dynamic events, like taking down heavily laden merchant ships and their fleet of warship escorts. Now, it's up to you to write your own story. Remember, there is no one path to follow, no one way to play. The world of Skull and Bones is yours to discover.
I honestly was expecting like an actual gameplay like going on instead of like cuts of gameplay in-game cutscene. Not too sold. Like, I'm not sure how do you play the game still. Like, I guess the trailer kind of explains how the game works, stuff like that. But I want to see how do you play. But I guess at this point, since it's Ubisoft, I guess there's gonna be like an improved version of Assassin's Creed naval battle from Assassin's Creed Black Flag. I'm assuming, unless this change, because this game's been in development break for like 4 or 5 years. I don't fucking know. It's been so fucking long. So the game might be completely different from Black Flag. Guess we'll see. If they have Kingston Bay and Black Flag cosmetic,
we know you waited to see gameplay for years, so we'll just talk about it instead.
Exactly my point. Like, what the fuck? I hate it whenever they put like official gameplay and then they put overview. Usually it's not a gameplay. It's just like, you know, gameplay cuts with cinematic camera. But it's not a gameplay. Like, god damn it. Oh shit. It's whatever though. Not really down for it, but eh. Alright, next one, God of War Ragnarok, Father and Son cinematic trailer. It's pretty short. Ooh! Oh my god, I'm not used to...
When you are at your weakest.
Oh, his voice.
When fear and doubt are a burden too heavy to bear.
Oh man.
Remember this.
What?
You are not alone.
Rated M for mature.
Wait. It's a release date? Wait, it's this year? Wow. I swear to God. I thought this was gonna be 2023. What? September? Wait, is this September or November? Which one is this? Is this like November 9th? Or is this September 11th? I fucking hate English, or like September, November. Exactly! It depends on the region. Like Indonesia, we read this as like 11th September. But for if you're from like US, you read this as 9th November. Like, what is this? Is this November or September? I fucking hate it. Oh my god. Just Google it? November 9, of course. I mean, yeah, it's an American developer. Of course, it's American date. I mean, understandable. I was actually kind of shocked if it's actually September. That's crazy. What's up, Dega? My arm appear a tiny vein. Nice. Good shit, man. Keep it up. Keep those lifting going. Proud of you, man. I'm proud of you. I've checked it. Learn to USA. Good one. Alright, this one. I'm pretty sure some of you have seen it, but if you haven't, if you're a fellow weebs, this is good stuff.
ズナイブスずっと東の果てそこに奴はいる
お
前は変わらない口先だけの無双主義者だ僕はもう誰も殺さない
Woohoo! I got goosebumps.
お前は共犯者だそうだろうバッシュ
Oh boy. Oh boy, dude. Oh my god. I miss Trigun so much. It was a classic. So I'm not sure what Trigun Stampede is gonna be. Is this like a remake? A reboot? It looks like a reimagine because it just looks like it's starting from the beginning again. But I'm not too sure. I'm assuming it's a reboot because even the gun design is different. I'm not sure. I guess we'll see. Either way, I'm down. I want to see more Vash. I'm down. The animation's so sexy though. Oh my god, that looks so good. That looks so nice. I never thought, what the fuck? This is like when you played Devil May Cry 3 growing up, and then you played Devil May Cry 5 recently, the latest one. Like Trigun Stampede is Devil May Cry 5 to the original Trigun, basically. That's the vibe that I'm getting. Oh my god. Can't wait. It didn't really have a release date. It just said 2023. But I'm down at this point. Whatever it is, I'm down. Down to get more Trigun. Concept between 3D and 2.5D is just weird. I'm pretty sure it's full-flashed 3D. Yeah, this is like, there's no combination here. Oh, that's so cool. Oh. Yeah, this is full-flashed 3D. That's cool. Riot's Arcane was a combination of 3D and 2D. Like, most of the animations models are 3D, but some of the special effects are 2D to create that comical vibe. But I feel like Trigun, this Trigun Stampede is like fully 3D. I'm assuming. We haven't really seen it, right? Ichikanito. Oh my god, that guitar is so sexy, by the way. I turned 28 today. Shit, it's his birthday, chat. Happy birthday. What? I'm going, what? Life was too short to pursue career in music, so I entered medical school to learn about immortality. Huh? But after a while, I realized that me just a student couldn't give the answer. The genius of the world couldn't give even if they tried. From there, I'm trying to do my best to give it time. I have a goal. I go to play the music that keeps ringing in my head. That perhaps I have to learn a lot of things. It's almost like the guitar is talking with a subtitle. It's such a pretty guitar, isn't it? God damn. It's 3K, by the way. It's premium stuff, unfortunately. Alright. Oh, I know this one. Oh, it's not a video? No. Alright, let's hear it.
Gotta testify.
Oh.
Come up in the spot looking extra fly.
Okay.
For the day I die, I'ma touch the sky. Back when they thought pink polos would hurt the rock. Before Cam got the shit to pop, the doors closed. I felt like Bad Boy Street Team. I couldn't work.
Whoa,
with the
what?
locks. Now let's go. Take them back to the plan. Me and my mama hopped in that U-Haul van. Any pessimists, I ain't talk to them. Plus, I ain't had no phone in my apartment. Let's take them back to the club. At least about an hour I stand online. I just wanted to dance. I went to Jacob an hour after I got my advance. I just wanted to shine. Jay's favorite line, dog, in due time. Now they look at me like, damn, dog, you what I am. A hip-hop legend. I think I died in an accident, cause this must be heaven. I gotta testify. Come up in the spot looking extra fly.
Ooh.
For the day I die, I'ma touch the sky. Gotta testify. Come up in the spot looking extra fly. For the day I die, you gon' touch the sky. Yes, yes, yes. Guess who's on third? Lupe still like Lupe in the third. Feel like clear till I'm bitter on the curb. Peach fuzz buzz, but bitter on the verge. What the slow fuck? It down like river on the serve. Bottle shaped body like Mrs. Butterworth. But before you say another word, I'm back on the block like I'm laying on the street. I'm trying to stop lying like I'm Rob, but I'm not lying when I'm laying on the beat. On guard, a touche, Lupe, cool as the undog, but I still feel possessed as a gun charge. To come as correct as a pawn star. And a fresh pair of steps in my best foreign car. So I represent the first. Now let me end my verse right where the horns are. Like, I gotta testify.
Ooh.
Come up in the spot looking extra fly.
Okay.
For the day you die, you gon' touch the sky. You gon' touch the sky, baby girl. Testify. Come up in the spot looking extra fly. For the day you die.
Why does it fit so well?
Back in Gucci with the shit to rock. Back when Slick Rick got the shit to pop. I'd do anything to say I got it. Damn, them new loafers hurt my pocket. Before anybody wanted K-West beats, me and my girl split the buffet at KFC.
Yeah, catch
Dog,
jam.
I was having nervous breakdowns like, man, these niggas that much better than me. Baby, I'm going on an aeroplane, and I don't know if I'll be back again. Sure enough, I sent the plane tickets, but when she came to kick it things...
Alright, I probably got... Alright, there's a VODs probably already get copyright strike. Just because of the Kanye rap. God damn it. God damn it!
If you haven't tried Korean chicken, you're just genuinely missing out on life.
Oh, another Korean Englishman.
They look much bigger than what you had in Korea.
Food videos alert!
안녕하세요. 제 이름은 조시고요.
안녕.
전 영국 남자예요.
영국 남자.
Hey mate, how you doing?
We're back. We're back. We're here to try some legit Korean food in London.
Yeah. I can smell it. It brings back. It's legit.
It brings back memories.
Yeah, it really does. With the writing.
I feel like this is actually the first time we're filming with just you.
I haven't got my sidekick.
You're the...
Got my sidekick. Do you know what I've never done with you guys? Yeah. But if I bring it up, I'll be slightly terrified because then it may happen, and I don't know if that's a good thing.
Wait, what?
Well, I've never done like the spicy stuff with you.
Okay. I'm glad that you noticed that as well, because I also noticed
You had noticed that.
What we're going to be trying today is 3 different types of Korean chicken.
Okay.
Okay?
As long as it's no
Kind of interesting because I'm also actually eating Korean chicken.
I don't want to be hospitalised. I remember what happened with you guys. It's so hot. Like when you're about to die.
Turns out we were seriously actually destroyed by Dakbar.
Dakbar is really spicy.
I'm not going to guarantee that we're not going to be trying it.
Okay.
Fucking crazy.
We are going to try it. That would be so unlikely, wouldn't it?
It would be so unlikely that you can find that in the UK. No. Could you imagine finding chicken feet in the UK?
What was I thinking about the spice? What was I thinking?
Don't worry about it. Right. You're going to have great food. Pampa chicken. 고맙습니다. This is your classic fried and 양념.
This is the bit that I really want Chris to watch and be really jealous of.
Do you remember your first time ever trying Korean fried chicken?
We went to this random area and it just looked like half a housing estate.
Alright, Lucas, thanks for stopping by. Have fun.
Like Sam's there, and you were like, oh, this is the place to go for chicken. The chicken came out crisps and stuff. That chicken was unbelievable.
Let's get stuck
Let's
in,
get
shall
into
we?
it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going in.
Ooh.
You have to beep some of this out in a minute. I'm gonna start swearing. Such an original taste. So
it's not fair to compare it to fried chicken in the UK.
If you haven't tried Korean crispy chicken, then you're just genuinely missing out on life. Okay. Something hasn't happened for you yet that needs to happen.
Okay, there you go.
And you can get it outside of Korea now, which has just been proven.
It's not an advert for this restaurant,
No,
but
I didn't know where we are. It tastes good. It tastes good.
I feel like of all of our friends, you are like a proper actual watcher of the channel.
Man, I'm such a geek. I love it. I love it.
Great, man.
Every mate.
You also give us critiques. 15 minutes after upload, I get a text from Charles like, I think you could have actually done that a little better.
The place that you occupy on the internet is such a lovely place of joy and fun and like wholesomeness. Like no ulterior motive. It's about you guys being passionate, and your passion comes out.
Their channel's really nice.
It's blown up as well across the world. Like it's the Olympics there, the music, and
I watch a lot of Jolly
and
as well.
Movies and Netflix.
It's
Crazy.
blown up so much.
And you
recently.
guys were kind of my entry into that, and I'm sure probably a lot of people are. You know what? One of the videos I really liked when Taron Egerton tried the chicken.
Yeah.
That was so good.
That was genuine joy.
Mind-blowing.
I've tried Korean fried chicken with beer, which I think is the best fried chicken I've ever had. And trust me, I know fried chicken.
To the point where it was like so obviously disappointing the next time.
Next time we do this, though, I totally get it. You need to introduce me to something new. Yeah. I would like a side dish of fried chicken as well.
Okay.
I dream of it.
Really?
Yeah, it's amazing. It was next level, mate.
Oh, here we go.
감사합니다.
That's chicken under there.
That is chicken covered in melted cheese.
Man.
This is
Chisaputa. Chisaputa.
Cheese hasn't even been in Korea for that long.
Really?
But they figured out how to combine it just perfectly. I mean, that's just
Classic Korea.
There we go.
Nice.
Oh, look at that.
Got a bit
Yeah.
of a cheese pull.
Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good.
Where is that coming from?
Yeah, so many flavors, right?
What is it? So tasty, mate.
It's so good. Literally, with this, look at that. That bit of cheese is just cooked against the edge of the hot pan. Oh my gosh!
Like a pro. I feel the spice there.
Shall I like tingle?
Yeah. 6.
Oh, fantastic.
Maybe 6.5.
6.5 out of 10 is.
Let's be honest, it's a
totally
7.
doable. Okay.
It's a 7. It's a 7. And you got it. It's a 7. It's growing.
Wow, you guys have absolutely destroyed that. Look at that.
I can lick that. I'd probably burn my tongue. But it might be worth it.
All right.
Hey.
감사합니다.
There it is.
All right, bro. Of course. Is. What did you think it was? You didn't recognize it.
I didn't recognize it. They look much bigger than what you had in Korea. These are bigger chickens. Oh no!
It's an actual trauma.
That's not gonna help you. Who thought to eat these?
You were the one who proposed doing spicy food.
I know.
Dude, chat, chicken feet are fucking amazing. If you never had chicken feet in your life, oh boy, you're missing out. I know, I understand it looks fucking weird, but trust me, so fucking good.
Genuinely. I thought I was safe in the UK.
This isn't going to be as spicy as Korean, so don't worry.
Cheers.
Yeah. Oh, that's good.
Is it?
That is really good. Yeah. There you go, there's a bun. Ooh, and that's got some heat to it. Woo, that's spicy.
What part of this is the enjoyable bit?
The collagen, the texture,
The collagen.
chewy,
Why do I
chewy
want
texture.
collagen?
Isn't that
It's
nice?
so weird.
It's really good for you.
Oh no, just at the heel.
Yeah. No, that's not the heel, that's the palm of their the ball of their feet.
It's so realistic.
It's real, what do you mean realistic?
Seeing it in 3D. And yet I'm going back for more.
I know. Oh my gosh. Oh, that is hot. That is so hot. You know what you need in a moment like this?
Rice.
So
Eat it.
we make a little ball.
My brain's not working. I was like, do you eat it? What I meant was, do you eat it with your hands?
Yeah. Oh,
Rice helps with spice.
Oh, my snot is running.
Really builds.
Yeah. Yeah, the first bite's fine. And then, do you know what?
Seaweed in here or something?
Yeah, what?
You're adding to my world of pain right now, John.
What are you talking about?
There's a fishy bit to that. There's chicken feet over here.
I forgot, Charles, you're not used to seaweed.
Oh, no.
Can you not handle the Kim? He's having coke.
This is so strange to me. I thought it was going to be rice calming the palate down. And then the fish hit me.
Fish. Yeah, it does. Fish used to taste like salty. You're right, though. These chicken's feet are massive. I feel like they weren't this big in Korea.
Hey, look at Grace. Grace is going for it.
Oh, wow. That feels good, right? It's really good. It's legit.
No, Grace. It tastes like hell. It does not taste like Korea. We can't finish on this.
We got one more dish for you to try.
Don't ruin it.
You ready for that?
Never again.
Never again. What's this?
I'm like really enjoying this because it's bringing back all the memories.
So good, yeah, the memes. The first time you saw Chris go to Korea by himself, what was that like?
I was just like super jealous. It's like, Christopher, guess what? Hashtag blessed again.
Okay.
If you don't believe in God, you don't have to, but I look at my brother's life and go, there's something about this. Something's ringing true with his whole existence.
Oh,
Bulgogi!
Yeah,
Oh.
John. This is John.
This is John.
This is John. I remember John.
You remember John?
I remember
This
John.
is Kimchi John.
Kimchi John.
This is a bulgogi jongboy.
And then this is
Sweet potato noodles.
Sweet potato noodles.
Yeah, noodles made from sweet potato. Yeah.
Can you eat this raw?
I wouldn't if I was you.
Well, I've just eaten chicken feet.
Okay. Oh my god. Yeah, but I mean, it's not going to be very good. It's
It's a noodle made of sweet potato.
Yeah. Classic way to cut up the John in Korea. Just go straight at it with your chopsticks.
Yes, mate. I remember this. I remember this.
Yeah, we had John in Korea, didn't we?
we did.
Oh, that looks good.
My trust is beginning to be restored. It's beginning to build again. Honestly.
After the chicken's feet. Yeah.
I'm shook inside. This is the truth that I needed.
Look at
Oh my god, it's already 12:30?
The Korean stews. Like,
We came in
one of
after
my
this,
favourite
chap.
Korean dishes was the army stew.
I gotta finish the whole
You
YouTube
came
stuff.
and cooked it when I was sub-unit commander.
It's already past midnight. What the fuck?
that. They were loving it.
Yeah, the guys had a great time. We all did. It was
so nice.
It was amazing. That stew was amazing.
Yeah. Some of them couldn't handle the spice at all.
You guys are still going. You're going for it.
I'm just being nice. Honestly, my boobs are sweating, man.
My old BSM though,
Yeah.
we loved that kimchi.
Yeah, I remember.
We did Korean army rations, but we did UK army rations in Korea. Do you remember that
That
one?
was true, yeah.
Oh, that was so hard.
What do you mean?
Because I could only bring 2 boxes with me, right?
Okay, all
And
the
the
way to
box
Korea,
I
yeah.
bought was so horrible.
Oh no!
UK rations aren't the greatest at the best of times.
The poor Korean soldiers who were eating.
They were so polite.
They were, and it was great fun.
Do you remember Captain Anne?
Yeah, Captain Anne. It was so funny.
So
And
funny.
yeah.
He couldn't handle any of it, even the dessert.
That's big. Oh, that's a big one.
Oh my god.
Ah.
You have 3 though.
Yeah, really? 정말요?
괜찮으시면 제가 한입 드릴게요.
집합하고 싶어? He couldn't even eat a Snickers bar.
We filmed quite a lot on that army base.
Yeah, man, that was
What?
so much fun. We need to get fit if we go back, guys. We need to get fit.
We did the training, that army training, that was tough.
Yeah.
Played football with the Korean soldiers.
Mate, that was a highlight.
It was fun, right?
Epic.
And then having like the massive hog roast.
Yeah,
with
yeah,
the
yeah.
whole pig.
We got to have fun with the guys.
Ah, so many good memories from Korea, dude. Yeah.
Just one for each, yeah? Just
Try
one
this
for
meat,
each.
This meat here.
One VTuber and one more Saiyans video. Alright? Deal?
A little bit
I think that's
sweet,
fair.
Marinated.
Really hearty, really warming.
Mate, here's hoping to being back in Korea again sometime soon.
You owe a lot of people a lot of trips to Korea.
Yeah, that's true.
I've been watching.
We've made a lot of promises.
Made a lot of promises.
Over the last year or two.
I got my ticket reserved first.
Okay.
All right.
Cheers.
Cheers, buddy.
And 오늘은
여기까지.
See you later.
Annyeong.
Annyeong.
Bye, guys.
Oh, I love you, man.
Oh, man, that was so good.
So good.
Yeah, it was great fun, man.
Yeah.
I had a really great
I
time.
can't believe that's the first time we filmed with just you.
So wholesome. These guys are so wholesome. I swear to God. Oh. Okay. What is this music? Alright. We got a Pomu. Oh my god. Usually if it's Pomu, it's like, it's either super, yeah. Pomu is different, man.
Elira, before I go, I have to ask you something. Okay. It's very important. Okay. Awiwa Pandora.
Yes.
When I first set my eyes on you, my two eyes to your one eye, I thought, this is the most beautiful creature I've ever met in my entire life. I am...
Go on.
Every day in my sleep, I count to 3. Just like your... just like your hair clips to help me fall asleep.
That's so fucking corny.
The way that people in the chat are like, oh, she didn't forget. Okay.
If we were Pandora. Your mole is a sight of beauty on upon your luscious armpit.
Why?
And hold on, I don't remember what I wrote down. And anyway, if we were Pandora, would you be the honor, or would you do me the honor of...
That's so dumb. I've seen their couple art. Good for you.
Would you do me... would you be... Wait, did you do me the honor of becoming my beautiful bride? What do you say?
What?
Oh, about it, pretty lady.
How do I respond to this? Wayne Pop.
Yes.
When my one eye.
Oh my god. Are they going back and forth? Oh my
Gaze.
god.
Single. Upon thou. Doth beautiful face and wonderful is personality is so beautiful is I accepteth this.
Huh?
Now, do I have to break bad news to Millie or good news to Millie?
It can be all 3 of us.
Whoa!
Oh, okay. Welcome.
What the fuck was that? This greatly pleases my sense. Ah, yes. Oh my god. Alright, last one. Wait, Steel Rising again? Damn. Okay. Steel Rising have more gameplay to show? Looks a lot smoother than last time. There's still some frame drops. Why is there gameplay of frame drops? I don't get it. I don't know if I'm sold or not with the game. I'm gonna be honest. It's it's very it's very, I don't know. Like, I get it, they're trying to do basically Bloodborne ish, or Bloodborne inspired, but the stutteriness of the gameplay is really throwing me off. I really wish they would polish the game before they actually showcase. I'm not sure why would they showcase their gameplay like that. Are they trying to replicate fucking Bloodborne stutters as well? But it's, you know, Black Myth Wukong trailer still excited me the most. Maybe it's part of the Seiya fantasy. I feel like Wukong have a lot more effort in terms of like visual compared to Still Rising. But at the same time, Wukong, I don't know. I feel like Wukong have a lot more budget than Still Rising based on how it looks. Like, it obviously Wukong looks almost AAA. Like, you know what I mean? Like a very premium AA. While Steel Rising, I would consider it AA, like standard AA. Which is not bad, but you know, I'm just saying. It's fine. It's fine. But am I excited for it? I mean, I don't know. I'm not. Maybe yes. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Oh. I would give it a try once the game release and have enough reviews so I can judge the game properly. But until then, I'm gonna be chilling with Still Rising. Too many S, just scream. Ah! Alright, hold up. I'm gonna refill my water because my water's empty. And then we start gaming. Okay? It's actually pretty decent with the coloring. Alright, go back. Drink up, Jet. Oh, my God. Go to the toilet or something before we start gaming. I guess. I don't know. Up to you guys. Right back. Oh, sorry. my bottle. Shit. I'm back. Got a bottle full of water. Ever run from me. So just no price for me. Never run from me. So letting my any epic games from the Billions People Nation? What? What do you mean? One sec. I gotta clean up my table. I know. Wait, oh my god, I forgot. Oh my god. No! Fuck. Steam sale's over. I have 6 games in my cart that I forgot to buy. God damn it! One of them is a fucking VN. And I've been wanting to play. No! No! Fuck. No, me, no! Fuck. There's like 2 horror games as well. Fuck. I forgot Steam sales ends yesterday. God damn it. Oh well, I guess I'll wait for another sale. Yeah, I get like 3 horror games, 1 VN, and 2 single player games. And 2 of the horror games are VR game. So I was like, fuck, man. I guess I'll put them in the wish list. Pretty premium price as well, like $40 stuff. Like, there's 220 and stuff, but a bunch of them are 40. Wake up and shoot. Yeah, I got busy. God damn it. Oh well. Today, the whole day I was busy. So I didn't even pay attention as well. Unlucky. 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 Alright. Doesn't mean I don't have any games though. In fact, from Steam sale, I bought 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games. That's right. That's right. Some of them are horror. There are VR games. But I went through some troubleshooting with that one. Co-op games, survival game. Yeah. Every time the song not stuck in my head anymore, you play it again. VN Games visual novel. Tell us how busy Rad is, Jigs. What do you mean? Okay. Alright, let me see. Ah, shit. I was actually interested to try the fucking horror game. Unlucky. Nothing can stop me. In my soul. There we go. Okay. Nothing of me. I realize nothing above me. Maybe you could play some VR. I have 2 VR games and both of them are music stuff, rhythm games. That some of you guys probably never seen before because it's not that popular. And one of them is brand new, like just released like a month ago. There's also some single player stuff. Went straight through my brain as a Vietnam games. Oh. What Vietnam games were you were about to buy the way? If you don't mind me asking. What is it called again? Once It Knows. Yeah, Once It Knows. I genuinely forgot the title. Once It Knows. Wait, Sin, did you buy it? Yes. It is a pretty... Yeah, alright. God damn it. Yeah. Don't touch me. One sec. Harry. The truth. Hold up. I want to see if the mods that I want to install works or not. Good news. Joke. So, let's go. Alright, give me a sec. Hey, what you expose me at? I lost my hairband, so I'm just gonna use some random ass fucking rubber. Alright, one sec. Setting it up. I may have to reroute the desktop audio because some of this stuff are some of the songs might be copyrighted. Not too sure. Guess we'll see. Feed my soul. Now the thing is that the problem with these games is that it's the same issue as the other VR games that we played before. Oh wait, my mic. It's similar issues than with the VR game that we had before, which is I might not be able to see you guys in VR because for some reason they don't run with the fucking thingy thing. You know what I'm talking about? They don't run with the what's the word? Hold up. Where the fuck is Steam? Oh. VR view. Game capture. There you go. All right. We're going to start with this. So, I might not be able to see you guys. Hold up. Yeah. It's okay. Yeah, it didn't. It doesn't. The game does not run with Steam overlay, which is very fucking weird. I don't know how do you force games to run Steam overlay of VR games. It's so annoying. Oh my god. Can you guys see me? Like I said, I cannot see you guys while I'm in VR, but I'm gonna take off my headset once in a while. Look at this. Very cool, huh? Yeah. Damn. Yeah, so this is Audica. This is essentially if Beat Saber you use sabers, Audica you use guns. So it's essentially the closest thing you get to a 3D or VR Osu. Essentially. Right? Edgy, exactly. Hey! Okay. Alright, so... I actually forgot how to play this game. Because I literally just like boot it up, do the tutorial, and exit the game. So we gotta do the tutorial one more time. Because I actually forgot. Just to be safe so I don't embarrass myself. Aim carefully looking down the sight of your weapon, shoot the target. Alright. You'll have to shoot the beat of the music when the target... Okay, see? It's like Osu, right? When the circle closes in, you shoot it. Oh, is this too loud? I figured this is like too loud. Hold up. Jesus Christ. Alright, this should be fine. Shoot both targets. Okay. Sustain target, shoot and hold down trigger until target is destroyed. Okay. Cool. Oh, that sounds so cool. Chain target, shoot head of chain, hold down trigger, and follow the path. Okay. Alright, cool. Melee target swing. Oh yeah, there's melee as well. Oh. Alright. Use both hands to smash 2 melee target at once. Alright. To avoid shoulder fatigue, bend or drop your arms between short. Okay. Akimbo is very hard to aim. Sometimes it's kind of confusing. Well, are you ready to play? If you'd like to learn how to play Audica at a higher level, check out the advanced tutorial. We'll check it out later. Alright, cool. One sec. Oh, thank you. Once in, I forgot. Bum, 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 bum. It's really rad on VR. I told you. Raku, how you doing, man? Just right in time for some gameplay. What's up? Okay. Customization. I installed the mod immediately. Which is Saints here? Yeah. It doesn't look the best, but it's Ace of Spades. It's pretty cool. God, I'm so cool. Okay. Not the best really, but keep going. Hell yeah, man. Proud of you. Got you, man. I got you. What's up? What's up? Hope you feeling better. But I'm chilling. A little bit tiring day, but it's weekend, so you know, right? Suck my diet, huh? Okay, Gara, I got you. What's up, Gara? How you doing? Welcome. By the way, like I said, this game does not support, for some reason, I don't know. If any of you guys know, so my issue is that even though I played this game on Steam, when I launched the game, it does not support Steam VR, so I cannot use any of the overlay. I cannot see you guys in game. I have to take off my headset once in a while to see you guys. It's kind of annoying. But if any of you guys know how to fix it, let me know, because I don't know shit about VR. I'm pretty basic at it. Hold up. One sec. Yup. Sorry. A big iron on a hip. Match clap. Your mom. Okay, good. All right. Oh, these songs are copyrighted, huh? Hold up. Let me route the game to my VOD. Sorry, VOD watcher, but hey, copyrighted songs. There's nothing you can do. Hold up. Where's Oculus? Oculus Dash. Wait, how do I change it? Okay. You play more VR game than I do. I don't even have VR, so I can tell. Yeah, no worries, no worries. All right, so that sounds nice. Okay. No. Dubstep, no. I kind of like the first song. It's too hype though. Oh, hold up. There it is. Okay, so this is the song that I tried on, and the expert are incredibly hard. Even in the advanced, I cannot play it properly, I think. But no one played a VR game where you have thigh highs more than you do. Huh? Ayo? So let's try advanced. I might gonna butcher it. No fail. Let's play let's try it properly first. Oh, shit. Caught me off guard. Oh. Fuck. Oh. What? What? Shit. Shit. No. Shit. God damn it. Fuck. Timing. What? What? God damn it! I fucked up. Oh my god. No! Oh my god. God damn, not bad. Okay, 3-star. Okay, I could do better. I could do better. I mean, come on. My accuracy is so bad. God damn it. You know what? For a first try, it's actually not bad. For a first try, it's actually not bad. Whoa! Anonymous with a gifted sub to Raku. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, man. Much love. Yo, by the way, how's the volume, chat? Is it bad? Is it good? Is it too loud? Too low? Alright. We can hear you feel properly. Alright, nice. Alright. Yeah, I kind of want to practice on that song, but maybe not. Let's not. 89% though for a first try is actually not bad. You know? It's not bad. It's not bad. Oh, the dubstep. Okay. Oh, we got KDA. Okay, KDA is always a nice one. So why not? KDA is always nice. Tell me if it's too loud or too low, yeah? I'll adjust it. Shit. Oh. Oh. No. Oh! No! Oh my god. Oh, oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck! Oh my god, it's so hard to keep up. Alright, you know what? Okay. Should I play on standard? Nah. I got an achievement. It's really hard to see where is it coming from because my FOV is not that. It's not the whole thing. I have to look around sometimes where it's coming from. You know? Was good. The rhythm goes slow with your constant fuck. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. This is normal. Imagine advanced. No, this is not normal. This is this is advanced. As you can see, they have the difficulties as 4 difficulty: beginner, standard, advanced, and expert. Standard, like the standard. Advanced is what we're doing so far. Expert is too fucking hard. Too hard. What is player maps? Create a map or head to over the blah. Oh, it's like community map. Should do that sometimes. It looked like you selected normal. No, that was advanced. Orange is advanced. Blue is normal. Oh, Savan song's always nice. Oh, Deadmau5 again. Nah. Oh, Ilmerica. Oh shit, that's a good song. That's a classic. All right, I got this. Fuck. Oh my god. Ah! Oh shit, fuck. No! No! Oh, it's a jammer. Fuck! What? Oh my god. Almost. I miss. What? 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 What the fuck? What? Yeah. What the fuck? No fail will allow you to play through a song without a risk of failure. Let's learn this song. It's kind of fun. It's kind of a fun song. So do people on, and I'm here surrounded by weeps. Exactly. Welcome, fellow weeps. Oh, by the way, Saints, look at this. Fita. Fuck. That variant at the last second. What? Oh my god. Oh yeah, it's you recognize this gun. Okay. Oh my god. Almost failed again. Ay, shibara. Fuck. God damn it. So what do I look at? I gotta eat corpse. Wait, you don't recognize this? Come on. Really? No? You don't recognize? Really? What the fuck? Okay, let's do one more songs, and then we'll go to the next game. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's nice. Blau featuring Ninja. Oh my god, this song? Okay. I'm down.
Nice, I gotta reinstall Destiny 1. Yeah, it's a mod. It's not official. Ooh! Oh my... Oh god. Oh my god. Okay, that's so confusing. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is so confusing. Ay, Shiba. Oh my god. What? Oh. What? Oh my god.
Perfection.
Oh my god. God damn it. Oh my god. What? Oh my god. Okay, that's so hard. Okay, this is harder than I expected. Jesus Christ. It's actually harder than I expected. The lyrics, what the fuck? I never listened to the lyrics for this song. The beat is just absolute jammers. Okay. I think that's enough for this game. It's pretty cool. It's most like EDM stuff.
How does it feel now to watch it
Oh, Polyphia. Yeah, yeah. And these are the mods. Well, not really. It's like mods and some extra stuff. I don't even know some of this song. Jesus. Party Boys, another Polyphia. Hacken. There's Playing God as well, but it's just expert. I don't think I can be able to do that. Muse. Ow. Let's YOLO this Polyphia. It's expert only, so I'm probably not gonna last for long. Watch me fail in like 5 seconds or 10 seconds. Alright, next game! Listen, I fucking love that song, but yeah. Next game. Oh my fucking god, what the fuck was that? Hello? Hello? Hello, my fellow American. Oh, okay. My Steam VR is broken. Okay, there we go. One sec. Okay, my Steam VR is actually broken. One sec. The game won't exit properly. What's up, Steve? Welcome back. House outside. Right, too much info. Yeah, those stuff are way too much for me. I cannot handle rapid movement. You gotta take it gentle with me. You gotta be gentle. And then maybe you can speed it up a little bit, but you gotta start gentle. You know. Oh my fucking god. Oh, that's so loud. Now this is recommended by Gara. And the game's pretty Alright, can you guys see the game? Yeah. So, Ragnarok. So this is another rhythm game VR. Oh, there's a changing room. But it's a drum. It's like Guitar Hero style kind of thing. How to open menu. Huh? Alright. Tell me if it's too loud, yeah? I guess we'll just give it a go. Hold on. What if people is trying to hit the bear or something? What? Says industrial drill on rat. What? Oh jeez, what the fuck was that? Oh. Okay. Ooh. Helheim empty. Oh, you can choose the map. That's cool. Display beat lines. Rune color. Ooh. Let's make it blue, sure. Let's just play it properly for now. Ooh. So it's kind of like a lot of rocks and stuff. Folk. Metal. I feel like the music's still a bit too loud. Is it too loud for you guys, or is it good? Let's play the first song. 1, 3, 6. Let's start with 3. I don't want to embarrass myself. Oops. Whoa. I can barely hear the drum. Okay. Good. I forget about that. It's good. Okay, let's start. Ooh, this is a cool. Oh. Oh. What? Okay. Oh my god. Ah! Oh my god. I hit my mic. Hold on. I got... One sec. One sec. I got... Okay. I just hit my microphone. Fuck. Alright. Alright, should be good. Ow, what the fuck? Sorry, I got a game in right now, but the walk was nice. We went to Botanical Garden. And then I got donuts. Fuck, I want some donuts. Was a Guitar Hero is this? Or rather, Drum Hero. This game's called Ragnarok. It's basically Guitar Hero with Vikings and drums. But yeah, let's restart. Gara recommended this, or at least like told me to give it a try. It's so weird to play a drum that is not physical. What? Fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is so hard. This is harder than I thought. Fuck. Look at this fucking hammer though. So fucking cool. Holy shit, that is not easy. Bronze. Wow. You know what? I'll take that. That is... Yeah, that is not easy. What the fuck? Even the song is not that fast. Hold up, can I lower this? Okay. No, I think I would like this, like, here. Yeah. Your combo shield. Yeah, that is fine. Ow! Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Alright, cool. Alright. Yeah, that one's not easy. What the fuck? I think I just learned the hard way that I'm lactose intolerant. Hey, welcome to the club. Another one. Welcome, welcome. Guitar Hero, but runes and drums. Gotcha. Basically. Alright, let's actually try some metal stuff. Yeah, that sounds nice. Did Gara need to play this? Oh! Okay! Oh my god. Oh, it's charging. Fuck. Okay. Ooh, this is nice music. Oh my god. Fuck. Fuck. Hey, we passed the bronze. Just passed it. Dude, it's really hard to get gold. What? Notes hit 500, notes missed 20, perfect 34%. This is not an easy game. I'm telling you guys. The shield will light up. I think you should hit it. I think when the hammer was charging, I should charge it as much as I can before I start hitting this. I think this is gonna give the boost a little bit more. Also, I feel like this is the closest thing I can get to play Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Saints. I'm just saying. Hold up, I gotta tighten my head strap because I've been headbanging and I almost kick my fucking thing. Oh, there's fucking. Oh yeah, I download mods. CV fucking failed this. That's right. I came prepared. Oh my god, I'm gonna fail this so hard. Enjoy. Oh, are you kidding me? Okay. Restart. Does not count. Oh my god! What the fuck? Oh my god! Oh! Oh my god. Oh my god, this is so hard. I cannot keep up. Fuck. Oh my god, this is so hard. Okay, 5 stars not for me yet. Not at all. This is too hard. I'm still at like 3 to 4 stars. Oh my god. Butchered it. Oh my god! I can't. It's too much! It's too much. It's too hard. This is actually hard. Holy shit. Fuck. This is so hard. Oh my god. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my. Oh my god. Oh, this is so overwhelming. Okay, I butchered that. Let's not play anything above 4 stars. Not, yeah, not, nope. Fuck, all the mods are 5-star above. No! Oh my god, dude. I would have played those stuff so bad. What's up, by the way, Lord K? How you doing? Okay, I want to see how hard it is. Let's see at least. If we fail, we fail. I don't know if you can actually. Oh my god! What the fuck? Wait. Wait, I manage. Okay. 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 Alright. This is an exercise. I'm swinging my whole arm. Fuck. Ah, shit. How do you fucking do that? Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh no. Oh, my hands are so tired. This is so hard. Oh my god. The thing is that VR controller are actually heavier than drumstick. Like if I use like an actual drumstick, it'll be better. This is actually heavier. I'm tired. Holy shit. I give up. I give up. Okay. Fuck. Let's finish this song. Apprentice. Warrior. Full. Holy fuck. My hand. What the fuck? Oh my god. This is actually a drummer exercise. Except yeah, if you don't drum a lot, this can be tiring. Should I? Oh man. Wait, hold up. Dude, the mods, some of the mods that I get sounds really fucking good. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Oh my god. Warrior. Disciple. Wait, what the fuck? Okay. Let's try a 7-1. Why not? Holy fuck. Oh my god, we're in hell. Oh my god. Is there any Metal Gear Rising soundtrack? I didn't look for it. I forgot. The mod is pretty popular with like rock and metal songs. Try to find Ragnarok mods songs, like Ragnarok songs, and if you can find one, link it to me. I'll try to download it. Alright boys, let's go. Wait, haven't we done this before? Oh my god, no, this is impossible. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. It's so hard. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, dude. Ah, Shiba. What? Oh my god. What the fuck? It's your fruit. Shiba, this part is so hard. Alright. Oh my god, the lag! Oh my god! My arm! Oh my god! Oh, that's so cool! Oh my god! Oh, that's so fucking cool. Okay, that's pretty fucking cool. Oh my fucking god. Holy shit. I think my arm's dead. 900 notes? Holy fuck. Ah, Shiba. Lord. Hold up, I need water. Oh my god. Holy shit. It's actually an exercise, dude. Oh my fucking god. This is like the same shit as like dance in fucking VR chat. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Oh, I want to try. Oh. Okay, we at least gotta try it once. At least gotta try it once. I mean, come on. Come on. Can you blame me? I missed one. Are you kidding me? I missed that? Fuck. Oh my god, this song is always so good. Charge. Full. No, my own combo. Fuck. My silver! No! We're so close to the silver! No, dude! Oh my god, that was so fucking awesome, though. That was so fucking good. That dude. Is there any Sabaton song on there? I don't think so. Like I said, if you guys can find the mod for like the songs that I can download, I can install it, I guess. Can you imagine going to war and the drum guys start playing the roots? Exactly, dude, exactly. Okay. Chop Suey? My self-righteous suicide. I cry. Okay, that song is really nice though. Let's give it a go. Wait, play against Ghost? Song top 1, rank top above me? Oh, not available. Never mind. Damn, no one played the song? Come on, man. Oh, this is a good song. Is this too slow for the song, I guess? Fuck! Why don't think you trust in my self-righteous suicide? I cry when an angel deserves to in my self-righteous suicide. I cry when angels deserve to die. In my self-righteous suicide, I cry when angels deserve to die. Oh my god! Father, into your hands I commend my spirit. Father, into your hand, why have you forsaken me? In your heart forsaken me. In your heart forsaken me. In your heart forsaken me. I'll try friend my... Oh shit. I cry, angels deserve to die. In my angels deserve to die. Bronze, no, Bronze, so close. Why, Odin? Why? Not bad. Not bad. Hold up. Yo, this game is a lot fun, like a lot more fun than I thought. What the fuck? Although it's very exhausting, not gonna lie. Especially if you're not, you know, if you don't do this often. It's actually pretty exhausting. Oh, that seems nice. Oh! Oh my god! I wonder if this game is possible if I play this while sitting. Like an actual drummer. Let me try. Go! What the fuck? Alright. Okay. No more art tomorrow. It's a good workout. But if you don't do this often and you just start immediately like this, you're just gonna hurt yourself. You're gonna strain your muscles. It's not good. You gotta gradually go up, not instantly. That's why should chill out, not goes too hard on this. Okay, hold up. Oculus. Okay. Alright, let me see. Nope.
Go!
Yeah! Sorry. Oh my god! Okay. I want to try the Utopia one. What the fuck was that? Oh my god. You define Okay. I'm sitting down right now. So I'm gonna try to play like you know, drummers. I guess? I don't know. I guess 50. And I want 10 on this. I think this is fine. It's like symbol. Alright. Alright, this might be one or two last songs. Oh yeah, wait! Okay. Oh my god! What? What's the rhythm? Oh my god! Oh my god. Oh, the rhythm is a lot slower than I thought. My hands went too fast. Alright. Fuck. Fuck. God damn it. This is such a weird genre. Like, for 1 second it's metal, 1 second it's EDM, like, what the fuck is going on? Now it's dubstep. What the fuck is this? Fuck. The rhythm's so weird. I don't know. The rhythm's so hard to keep up. I don't know, man. It was a little bit weird. But it's pretty cool. David! Oh, you've been missing out. Oh. Okay, we gotta try this. We gotta try this. All right, last song. Last song. I'm actually pushing. Oh my god, this map again. All right, I'm gonna. Okay. Shut the fuck up, Windows. Ow! 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 Oh, the chugs. Oh my god, this is hard. Ooh! Oh, this is nice. I kind of want to learn the guitar for this song. Oh my god, this is so good. This is a good map as well. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Woo! Oh my god!